release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. It's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's good to see you guys. I'm glad everyone is here. Yesterday was difficult. We're going to start today difficult as well. I just want to go ahead and let you guys know for scheduling purposes, today is the day. The videos are getting played. Now, we're going to be able to see some of them. There's going to be a lot of hurry up and waiting today. I'm telling you that right now, because the defense is doing what all they can do and objecting as much as they can because they don't want this stuff in. It's very damning. And and I'm talking about the videos that are shown in the days leading up to Athena's kidnapping and murder. Okay. So we're going to start today out tough. It's going to be rough. Today's is Jacob Strand is on the stand, Athena's father. He's the first witness. The second witness is Ranger Job Espinosa, and they're going to be talking about all of the videos from the days leading up to Athena's kidnapping and murder, and the day of, and the day after, and the day after that. So they're going to be talking about the 26th of November, 27th of November, 30th of November, December 1st, and December 2nd. But there's a lot of objections, and I'm going to tell you right now, the Court TV, and I'm using Court TV because WFAA's audio is messed up. It's messed up on Court TV's end as well. However, Court TV does have closed captions, so it does straighten out. But in the beginning, when Jacob Strand takes the stand, it is kind of staticky and a little bit difficult to hear. But at least I think the closed captions hopefully will pick up some of that, and so we'll be able to um, capture some of what he says. Music City Mom says, I had to watch you on delay yesterday, and at the end, I felt your sadness. Oh, I was very sad yesterday. Yesterday was a very difficult day, but we were here, and we're here for justice for Athena Strand. And if Athena can endure it, we can hear it and be strong and be, supportive of her family, her loved ones, because I think I would not ever call myself any type of advocate. But what I would say is that it's very important to me that the victim be honored. And the only way I know how to honor the victim is by telling their story, telling the truth of their story, not adding gossip, innuendo, or any salacious detail or drama, not making it just the truth, the way that it happened. And that's what we're going to hear today from Jacob. And then Job is going to take the stand. All right. So if you are wearing earbuds, I'm going to caution you because the audio is so terrible in the very beginning. It's very staticky, but it does get straightened out. All right. I'm glad you guys are here with me. I appreciate it. I don't think that I could have, just knowing that you guys are here is helpful. This is really, this is a heavy trial. If you need to take a break, take a break. Nobody will judge. All right, here we go.
Athena has a little bit of a girly side, but did she have any issues being dirty or playing outside?
Not at all.
Just want you to know that they picked up abruptly right when he was testifying. Like, I don't know what the delay was, but whatever. This picture of Athena is her first grade picture. Just wanted to let you guys know that. All right.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a little bit about one of your favorite memories and favorite pictures that you have of Athena with the horse trough. Can you tell them about that?
Yes. It was springtime, so the water was still a bit chilly, and I walked outside and she was filling up the water trough and brought out a bunch of her Barbies and toys and filled up the water trough with them and was sitting in it when her dressed in cowgirl boots.
Did you actually end up taking a picture of Athena?
I did. She was shivering but having fun.
When you took that picture, was she in or outside of that water trough?
Outside of it, gathering more toys.
Soaking wet.
Yes.
What did you and Athena like to do together?
Mostly outside. We'd go camping, hiking, going to the lake.
Athena was 7, so what was she into at the time?
As every little girl was, Frozen, and unicorns and mermaids, and getting dirty.
She liked to sing the Frozen songs?
24/7.
You mentioned Barbies. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as, I think, Exhibit 153, I believe.
I do.
Was this Athena's Christmas gift?
Yes.
Is this the last thing that you'll bought for your daughter?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I publish these to the jury?
Sure.
Jacob, these are the You Can Be Anything Barbies. Athena did not get that opportunity. She went missing on November 30th of 2022. Can we talk about that day?
Yes.
How was that day for you when it started?
It was a good day. Went to work and came back a little bit after they got home from school.
So, did you see Athena when she got home from school?
Yes.
And what were y'all doing?
Just hanging out for a little while. I wanted to be with the kids before I went out on my hunting trip with my dad.
And do you recall about what time you went on your hunting trip?
It was just before, a little bit before dark, I think.
When you were leaving, did you say bye to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I told all the kids and Athena bye and gave her a hug, and then after I was, or as I was leaving, I was backing up, she ran up to the truck because she wanted to give me another hug, and I told her not to run up on me while I'm backing up in a truck, and yeah, gave her another hug until I ran over.
That was your final moments with Athena alive.
Yes.
At some point, were you notified she went missing?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was, of course, a little nervous, but I thought maybe she was just playing hide and seek or something, because she was really good at that.
I think you told me a story about her hiding in a closet somewhere. Where was she hiding?
Yes, we were all playing hide and seek, and she hid in the linen closet with everything in front of her, and we were searching for like 20 minutes.
So when you first got notified, you thought she was hiding.
Yeah.
Did you participate in searching for Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I searched each day whenever they let me, and I thought maybe I'd be a little bit better at it because I've been on that property since I was 8 years old, and I know the woods like the back of my hand.
You didn't find Athena on your property, though, did you?
No.
When were you told that Athena's body was recovered?
On the second in the Cottondale Church in the room.
What were y'all doing at that church?
That was just kind of like the middle ground for everybody to meet up, and rehydrate and eat. They're taking care of everybody that was a part of the search, and they let the family stay there.
How was that for you?
It was nerve-wracking and hard. Still had hope, but
You mentioned that you've been on the land since you were 8 years old.
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your home and the land that you live on?
We moved there back in 2000 when I was 8, and it's on 10 acres, and now me and my brother both live on it. He lives down the hill from me.
Who all lived with you in your part of the property?
It was me, Ashley, Athena, Alice, and Yursa at the time. YRSA.
How old is your son?
She's 5 now.
And Alex?
14.
And Athena would have been 11 now?
Yes.
Do you still have a place at your home that you talk to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There's a fruitless pear tree that Alice and Athena would always climb. That was just kind of like their spot where they hung out, and they would also gather toys from their room and hang in that tree like ornaments.
Talk a little bit about your role, as a man and how it affected you. Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that? Athena was taken from your home, your property that you've been at since you were 8 years old. You weren't there. How did that make you feel?
It made me feel horrible, like I should have done something or been there. I wasn't there to protect them like I should be, like a father's role.
Did that create you a lot of guilt?
Yes.
How did you handle your trauma and your pain from this?
Pretty much self-destruction.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I just kind of held everything in, and it just broke me.
Did you turn to alcohol?
Yes.
What about your marriage?
It ruined my marriage.
How did it affect your ability to eat and sleep and normal day-to-day activities?
I couldn't sleep, and I would only eat like every 7 days, and I lost like 50 pounds.
We talked earlier about Athena's siblings. So we had Yursa, and we have her stepsister Alice, right? And then she also has a sister Rylan, her mom-mate with a daughter. Talk a little bit about Athena and Alice. What was their relationship like?
They were just best friends. They loved that they were sisters, but not real sisters, they would say, so they're just best friends.
Has this affected Alice?
Yes.
Did y'all all go into therapy?
Yes.
How is Alice doing now?
She recently went back to therapy because she's been having nightmares.
Nightmares about what?
Everything that she's having to hear about and what happened to her sister.
The defendant wrote a letter to the family and the law enforcement. Did you believe that letter?
Not at all.
What do you miss most about Athena?
Just her laugh and her spirit. And she loved everybody.
Is there anything that you want this jury to understand about your loss in this process?
I just hope that the jury and the justice system will make the right decision.
I'll pass witness judge.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Gandy, Mr. Strand, we have no questions for you. We are terribly sorry for your loss.
Okay.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, sir. Who do you have next? Ranger Espinosa.
Jacob is an incredibly soft-spoken man, and one of the things that they didn't get into, but we understand now that his marriage with Ashley is no longer. But one of the things they didn't get into, and they don't need to for purposes of trial, but I can imagine that in those, okay, it doesn't sound like a long time, right? November 30th, December 1st, December 2nd, those 72 hours. Doesn't sound like a long time. 3 days doesn't sound like a long time. But when in those 3 days, your child is missing and the internet is accusing her stepmother, and you've got law enforcement, because this is their job, they have to rule out the family first. They work from the inner circle, and then they go outward, right? So the people closest to Athena have to be investigated first. That's tremendous pressure in and of itself. Then you add on top of it the internet and their foolishness and pointing fingers and outright accusing Ashley with absolutely no evidence. None. There was nothing that came out in those early days that directly implicated the stepmother at all. But that didn't stop the internet, and that takes a toll. So I would just like to encourage everybody, not so much everybody in this chat, because you guys, I've never seen any of you guys do that, but anybody listening, that words do matter, okay? And accusations in a missing persons investigation matter. When you accuse somebody without any evidence at all, just because you didn't understand the living situation, you didn't particularly care for the way that they were, they were choosing to have the girls in a converted shed because they were fixing up their property. And you didn't understand that, you didn't agree with it, you were very judgmental of it. Those actions have long lasting, long, and far reaching consequences. It doesn't hurt anything to take a wait and see approach. All right, let's keep going.
Remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I see.
Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge Moses, at the end of this investigation, you completed your report and you testified earlier about delivering evidence and things of that nature. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you also testified you had seen some video in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But at the time you completed your investigation or at least done your report, had you seen all the video in this case?
No, sir. I had not.
And at some point, were you able to view all the evidence or all the video that was made available from the lawsuiter in this case?
Yes, sir. I was.
Okay. And how many different days do we have of video in this case?
We have approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of video.
And do we have video before November 30th?
Yes, sir. We do.
On what days?
We have video from the 26th and the 29th.
Of 2022?
Yes, sir. Correct.
We have video, you already testified, we saw some video from the 30th. And what other days do we have video on as well?
We're also able to obtain December 1st and December 2nd.
And to your knowledge, is that all the video that you were able to obtain in this case?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Now, these videos from the 26th, 29th, 30th, 1st, and 2nd, what's the approximate length of each video in total?
The approximate length on the 26th and the 29th of relevance isn't much. Probably,
Well, let me start there. How long are these? What is the time period that the entire video is? I guess that's what I'm asking.
For the 30th, it's going to be almost 2 hours of video that we have.
Does the video, do they show a complete shift of Tanner Horner working on each one?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay, the complete video, not the clips and things you're talking about, but the complete video.
Yes, sir, correct.
And so if I do the arithmetic here, that looks to be 30 hours or so potentially of video.
Correct, yeah, and a lot of that is just normal delivery work, obviously delivering packages, normal work shift, normal things.
Your Honor, I object to Ranger Espinosa testifying to something that is not into evidence.
Sustained.
When you viewed the video, you viewed the entire thing, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that time, other than the events that we're going to talk about, what's he generally do?
Delivery.
Objection, Your Honor, testifying to a video not into evidence.
Sustained.
Video, it's in evidence.
Videos have not been offered. Is that as far as I
They've
recall?
been admitted.
What number?
It was been back yesterday. Well, it was actually admitted early. It was Rick Ross, but then Becker identified those videos from FedEx truck yesterday.
It was not offered yesterday during Mr. Becker, so if it's in evidence, it had to be offered by somebody. What is the
It was offered at Kurt Ross, the exhibit number.
What is the exhibit number?
Before the prosecuting attorney speaks, I'd like to ask the class, the chat, were those videos admitted into evidence already? Put a 1 in chat if they were, put a 2 in chat if they were not. Debbie says, I agree. Words really do matter. They do. They do. I'm not going to get on my soapbox too much today because, I think I said what I said. I meant what I said. And hey, Boo Sheet. Hey, S. Hockett, Pointer Lover. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you. Hey, Hannah, Neat Noodle, Cat's Eye. Good morning. I'm just curious. Shamina, I'm just curious. Amber. Did I say Pointer Lover? Hey, Pointer Lover. Hey, Nicole, be cool. Hey, Chief. Justified. Good to see you guys. Just while we wait for just a second. Hey, Dana. Hey, Jenny, what does the class say? Music City Mom, good morning. What say the chat? Have those been admitted already? I think I got everybody. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Lulu Lola. All right. Mostly ones. Let's find out if y'all are correct. Here we go.
$95 for the arrest van and $116 for the abduction van.
Okay, they're both been admitted, you may answer.
And Your Honor, which dates are those?
States 95 and states 116.
Ma'am, this is your job. You're getting paid to do this, right? What do you mean, which dates? Did you not hear the testimony yesterday from Mr. Becker? All the dates are on on the first exhibit. I think 95 is what it is.
Yes, but we have the arrest van, and I assume that is the December, the first or second video. But what was the date of the video for State's Exhibit 116?
Your Honor, yesterday, Mr. Becker testified that all of the videos were downloaded on flash drives that were contained in 116.
Okay.
Your Honor, my question is the same. What dates are on State's Exhibit 116?
All 5 days. Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. State.
I'm going to ask one question and I'm going to move on. The entire length of the videos is many, many hours.
Yes, sir, correct.
And in some portion of those many, many hours, you testified that the performer is doing what? Jim?
Delivering packages.
Now, let me just ask you with regard to the videos, you said you received the video from November 30th. Do you remember when you received the remaining videos in this case?
Sometime after we met with Velocity and received the rest of the dates, or we were able to create those events.
Now, at this time, were there some questions that you had remaining open that you were attempting to answer with regard to the facts and circumstances of this case?
Yes, there were.
All right, so generally speaking, what kinds of things are you still trying to answer in this case?
Obviously, reviewing the video would help us corroborate statements and ultimately obtain physical evidence that we were missing, such as clothing.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you about this video in kind of 3 sections here so it makes sense. So, but let me start with this. On the video, we talked a little bit about the time, and I want to make sure we're clear here. Is the time on this in normal time, like we can look at the clock back there and read it?
No, it's not. It has like a conversion based on the software they were using, so you would have to actually convert it to AM, PM by doing an equation.
And so just to give an example, if the camera that we watch on these videos shows 2,300 hours, if we were to back that up and say what time is it in November of 22, what time is it?
In November of 22, that time would have been approximately 6:53.
Okay. Well, with regard to that, is it 2,300 and then to convert it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, 2,300, and then you convert it, and then you would end up at 5 p.m. Yes, I'm sorry.
I want to make sure where we are with this time.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the vehicles in the truck that you're watching this video, how many different views are there that you have access to in the truck?
So through the course of the investigation, Gloucester, it's a front dash cam view, and then it's a cabin view, so inside and outside.
So if I use the term dash cam, you understand that you're looking out the front?
Yes, sir. Forward view,
And if we say cabin cam, that's looking inside the cabin.
inside the cabin of the FedEx van.
Now, with regard to the dates of November 26th and, excuse me, November 29th, were you able to watch all of the cabin cam on those 2 dates?
No, sir.
Were you able to watch all of the dash cam on those 2 dates?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the dash cam, was the dash cam simply missing, or what happened to it?
Upon reviewing the videos, I observed that the defendant, throughout the course of those days, at certain times covered up the cameras with some type of sticky note or some type of object.
Let's talk about this specifically so we're aware of this. On the 26th of 2022, you said you observed him cover up the camera. When did he cover up the front-facing camera on November 26th?
Approximately 6:53 p.m. is when I first observed that he covered the camera.
And then let's move to the 29th. When did he cover up the front-facing camera on the 29th?
Approximately 4:30 p.m.
Now, let me ask you, have you seen the video with regard where he arrives at the Huffman house sometime on November 29th?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what time does he arrive on November 29th at the Huffman house?
Approximately 5:45 p.m. I observed that he was at the Huffman residence.
Okay. And so let me ask you, how much time between when he covered the camera and he arrives at the Huffman house?
About an hour and 15 minutes, approximately.
Now, let's move to November 30th. On November 30th, when did you observe him covering up the camera, front-facing camera on November 30th?
Approximately 4:09 p.m. on November 30th, which would have been the abduction day. I observed him cover the camera.
Front-facing camera.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then, when are you aware that he arrives at Athena's residence?
Approximately 5:30 p.m. he arrives at Athena's residence.
So how much time elapsed between when he covers up the camera and he arrives at Athena's residence?
Approximately an hour and a half.
What road, county road, is the Huffman residence on?
It's on the same road as Athena's residence,
Okay.
same county road.
What does that tell you, Ranger Espinosa?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Why is that important to you?
Objection, Your Honor, again, that's speculation.
Sustain.
In reference to 3573, we've had testimony that it's a dead-end road. Where's the Huffman house on that road?
At the end of that road,
And where's Athena's house?
somewhere in the middle of that road.
You said something about Athena's clothes. Is that still a question that you have open?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And let me ask you about Athena's clothes. Were you able to discover what had happened to Athena's clothes as part of your review of this video?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was that? What happened to it?
During the course of the viewing the video, I observed, I believe some of it went into a bag, And then I also observed the defendant placing what looked to be panties and the pants into the backpack. You could, obviously the cabin views up close. You see him unzipping it and put them inside the backpack, which we later located at the residence.
And on November 30th, the day of the murder, are we able to see the cabin cam for the entire time on the day of the murder?
No, sir,
And why is that?
because the defendant covered it.
And at some point, is it uncovered, and when was that?
Yes, sir. He uncovers it at the Loves on his way back to the FedEx station.
On the day of the murder?
Correct, yes, sir, on November 30th.
Are you able to see what he's doing in the vehicle when he's at the Loves?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing at the Loves after he uncovers the camera?
He's cleaning up the FedEx van.
Judge, we asked the photos to video in this case.
Okay.
Just before he plays this, we're about to see exactly what kind of predator monster Tanner Horner is. So if you're only listening and not watching, they're playing video. So now is when you want to watch because they're quick and kind of abrupt between each video.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, for record purposes, could the state identify which video they are playing?
Ranger Espinosa, just so that we're clear on this, what's the date on the top of this video?
This video is November 26th of 2022, one of the first times that I observed him covering the camera.
And if we were to look on each of these videos that we're going to play today, is that where we find the date up there at the top?
Correct. Yeah, if you view the top of the video, you can see the timestamp on the and date stamp on the top of the video.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Just FYI before we get into this, okay? Can't hear anything, so I'm going to mute because there's music playing and I don't want them to cut my stream. This is important. And you know how it can be when you're streaming copyrighted music, they'll cut your stream and I want you guys to see this. Okay. So I'm just going to mute it or turn it down really low, but I'm paying attention. Don't you guys worry. We're going to hear, he doesn't say anything. So there's nothing, like we're not missing anything. All right, here we go. Oh, and also I think her objection was an attempt to slow the steam down. They're gaining momentum. The state is. We're getting right up to what he actually did on the date in question with audio evidence and video evidence, and they're trying to slow the train down by interrupting abruptly like that. But as you can hear from the prosecutor, he is not going to be deterred, and that's why he asked the last question so that she didn't need to get up and object every single time because the date is right here at the top. Now the next video is November 30th, 2022. They have not adjusted the time on here at this point. It's approximately 6 hours ahead of time. So if you take 23 hours minus 6, that's what? 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. So it's approximately 5:47. I don't know whether they're allowed to smoke or not, Jenny. I would think not, but I don't know. All right, hold on. This one has audio. This one, if you guys remember, this is from the day before. You notice he has covered the front view camera. Okay. This is the on Monday, the first witness was the gentleman who owns this house, who happens to be a Wise County, um, oh God, a Wise County constable. Okay. But you'll notice we didn't see this before. We saw, oh, no big deal, nothing to see here from the defense, right? He's cordial. He's just going about his business. No, he's not. He's got the front dash cam covered up. All right, here we go. I'm going to rewind it just a tiny bit. Or maybe not. Hold on. Oh, God. All right, hold on.
I would like to speak on these, go on the adult, please. There is a, Christmas time precaution. You, sir. Oh, okay. Okay, I was just making sure, kind of. I actually, where the kids
Just to remind everyone, the children that resided at this home were all roughly the same age as Athena. In fact, one of the girls was exactly the same age as Athena, and this is her road. This is the same road Athena. Look, now look at the child at the back of the van. Exactly, as Hockett, following him like Santa. Because you guys, you know how it is. The stores start putting Christmas stuff out at the beginning of November. By the end of November, children are hyped for Christmas, and they still have another month to go.
115 spots today, not too bad. Back door. Oh, man.
Once again, roughly a little later, but he's very distracted. Very distracted. He's plotting. He's planning. Yes, Shamina, that is the smaller box on the side.
Video after the date of the murder on 12/1 and 12/2, is that correct?
Hold on a sec.
Yes.
Let me get this question for you guys. No.
Regular counsel, let me ask you a couple of questions. You said before there's video after the date of the murder on 12/1 and 12/2, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And let me just ask you, during your interview with Tanner Horner, initially, did he tell you something about being in the area the next day where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, yeah. So I understood that he at some point during the course of the day on December 1st had driven back into the actual search area and the area where Athena's home was located.
And do you remember when that was on 12/1?
I don't remember the approximate time on December 1st, but sometime during the course of that day.
And is that something we can see that on the video?
Yes, sir, you can.
So tell me, to your knowledge, how many times had he been on County Road 3573 in approximately the last 24 to 36 hours?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
3 times based on the video evidence and throughout the course of my investigation, obviously.
Objection, Your Honor, that is based on hearsay. Anything that someone told him about Tanner's driving patterns is hearsay.
That's overruled.
Yeah, whoa.
Tanner?
Listen,
Hey, this is Mike at the station here. They're on the assistant senior.
hello?
Hey, this is Mike, director, the assistant senior here at the station.
What's
Hey, nothing. I need to get a little info for you on a delivery you had yesterday.
Your Honor, may I approach?
It's going to.
All right. Now, what the defense is objecting to is this portion of the phone call being played. Basically, what's happened, and they're objecting on the grounds of hearsay. Basically, what's occurring here is this is December 1st. Okay. This is the day after Athena was kidnapped and murdered. Okay. The cops don't know that she's been murdered yet, but they definitely know she's missing. Of course, at this point, they have found the package that he left at their house, but he did not mark it as delivered. Okay. So they have backtracked that package and they've contacted his employer. And that is what this phone call, yes, this is California Avocado. This is the dispatch. And what they're objecting because this is hearsay. Okay. So we're going to sit here for a while. But this is important. Where did it go? Hold on a minute. Let me see. Where did it go? Right here. Look how intently he's watching. He's watching because he's reliving it, I think, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm not an expert. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. I don't play one on TV. But He continues to look at it. Look at him. Disgusting. Now he's trying to distract himself from looking at it. Yes, Jenny. Also, Jenny says the condition of the inside of that truck was trashed. Yes, and what's important to remember is there are actually two trucks. Okay, there is the abduction vehicle, which is what law enforcement refers to it as, and then there is the arrest vehicle. On December 1st, he's driving the abduction vehicle. That is the exact same truck. This on the 2nd, he's driving a different truck, but it's important to keep that in mind because of the state of that truck.
Everyone may be seated.
The S. Hockett yesterday was the DNA testimony.
Disregard the last few seconds of that video that was played when Mr. Horner received that phone call, okay? Disregard anything that may have been said or that you observed in that phone call, okay? All right, second proceed.
So, did you see where there was an Amber alert for a little 7-year-old girl that, she's missing, and she lives in Suriname.
Hang on, approach.
All right, so Kelly asks if Athena is in the truck now. No, Athena was not in the truck in his work truck or any other vehicle. Again, he's back watching this after November 30th. All right, so I think they took their morning break, I believe. You should go back and watch that, S. Hockett. I'm glad you're here live, though. It's interesting testimony. You really have to pay attention because the DNA test, what was tested and the ultimate results are pretty straightforward, but the way, and I'm sure that this has to do with trying to avoid the defense objecting any more than possible. And I think that the way that the prosecutor asked the questions made some of the testimony a little bit confusing. Now, I will say this. The two pieces of evidence that I would say the two pieces of evidence that we still have not heard about are the tie downs and the bungee cord. We still have not heard the results if there was any DNA on those, and if whether or not there was DNA, and if there was DNA, whose DNA it was. We haven't heard anything about those. I think that those tie downs and bungee cords were sent to Bodie Lab, and I don't know if they need to have their analysts testify or what, or maybe they feel like they don't that they don't need that testimony at this point. But we haven't heard anything about that. And I would like to point out yesterday, also Athena's mom testified, and her testimony was incredibly impactful, incredibly powerful. But I have been wondering since the beginning of this trial what happened to Athena's shirt. And the truth is, we don't know. We still don't know. That is an item of that is the one item of clothing that is missing. Yes, and to answer you, S. Hockett, what Amber Riot is suggesting in the chat about what to watch and when to watch it, that's Monday and Tuesday were pretty much foundation lab processes, except for the letters. The letters Monday morning and the DNA testing yesterday were the biggest takeaways.
Everyone may be seated.
Yes, Your Honor, I think we got our technical gremlins figured out here. We're ready.
Okay.
This is him driving into the search area. S. Hockett, this footage is from December 1st, 2022. So this is the day after Athena's abduction and murder.
Hey, I have some packages for down here. Am I able to go that way, or? Okay. What's going on? Oh, shit. Fun. Is this not 3575? I think this is 3573. I went down the wrong road. Thank you.
I mean, no, he has legitimate. Hold on. Let's talk it. He has legitimate deliveries in this area, but his interactions with people, I do believe. Hold on, let me pause this. His interactions with people, I do believe, are deliberate. I think he's trying to gauge the situation. Dadgummit. Hold on. All right, here we go.
There's a lot of people in the way. Can't get through, there's people in the way. Can't get through. Hey, could you tell him I need to get through? There's like people and a vehicle in the way. Huh? No, like that's the only way out. I have more packages to deliver. That's the only way out. There's like more packages I need to deliver.
You can pull up and try to ask them to get through, but there's been a kidnapping. So it's all blocked off. So you'll have to just pull up and ask them if they'll let you through, but there's been a 7-year-old taken.
Are you serious?
That's what all this is for.
Sorry for all this about. Are you serious?
So if you pull up and ask the officers right here if they'll let you through, but it's all blocked off.
Man, people keep getting in the way in the alley.
I mean, yeah, they're in the way because they're looking for the child that you kidnapped and murdered. You piece of shit.
Ready for the next video,
Okay. Is that video number 3?
video number 3.
Okay. I need to take a short break for just a few minutes. Okay. We'll call you right back in, probably about 10 minutes. Okay.
Well, obviously, this is going to be one of those days where we just don't have enough skips. There's just not enough skips in the world. I mean, I think that this all just shows exactly what a depraved mind he has and how cold he is. And it shows, in my opinion anyway, that even without all of the other evidence, right? Okay, we know that there is video from outside of the FedEx truck, so we know on the exterior of the FedEx truck, so we know that he didn't hit her, right? But we haven't seen that yet. Neither has the jury. So we have seen video from November. Well, we saw a still from a video on November 30th. Okay. With Athena in the back of his van, and she was not injured at all. So but even if we took that away and we just focus on what he said, right, in his interrogation, that he panicked. Does this fool look panicked at all to you? He doesn't look panicked to me. So this idea of he doesn't process things correctly, he has mental health issues, which may or may not be true. Even if he did, he clearly knows how to handle himself. He clearly knew how to feign shock and horror at the thought that a 7-year-old, or they didn't say it at the time, that there was a kidnapping. But he also couldn't completely sell it because there's an irritation in his voice at the same time. And then we had all of the videos that they played just before the break, where we have him covering up the camera at about the same time every single day. And although what we're watching is the raw download from the cloud where all of this is stored from Velociter, okay? So they don't adjust their time because as they use this in a lot of different types of delivery vehicles that people cross over time zones. So this keeps it all on one time zone, and then they do the calculations later. So some of the stuff that we watch, some of the couple of the first, like the 26th and the 29th, it looks like it's right around the 4 o'clock time frame when, like Amber pointed out in the chat, when the children are getting off of the bus from school. And yeah. Kelly says, a Christmas precaution. WTF is that? It's I think Tanner had designs on the girls, one of the girls from that residence. And I think what he was actually doing in that situation is what predators do, basically gauging a response time. He wanted to know who were the adults in that house. And most women, if their husband is home, right, and a man in a FedEx truck or any other type of truck, any delivery truck, it could be Amazon, it could be any delivery truck. If you got your children there and your husband is there, and a man says, you know, it's a Christmas precaution, I just need to make it sure it's okay, you're going to go inside and get your husband. I think that's typical behavior. And I think that him seeing the husband come out, knowing there was a husband there in the first place, I think that was the deterrent. That's what I think. I think that's why those children were not abducted. Because at that time, when he would have been, you know, I wish that Combat Vet was here, because I'm really, really curious about how their trucks are loaded. Are their trucks loaded daily for the day's delivery, or like do they? And the other thing is, well, that doesn't really matter. Scratch that. I'm doing the math in my brain as I'm talking to you guys, so just cut me a little slack. I'm thinking as I'm speaking. I know that in the letter to Athena's parents, Tanner spoke or wrote about FedEx moving his truck around, or moving his route around. And that's what caused all of this. Of course, it wasn't him. It's never his fault. It's the world against Tanner. The world gets up in the morning to inconvenience this son of a bitch. Like, we don't have anything better to do in the world. Anywho, but it looks like, as we're watching the videos from the days prior, the day of, and the days after, he was basically in the same area the whole time. And I think that was I think that he had complained to his, supervisors or whatever, and they put him on, you know, in the same general area, right? Which I think ended up obviously being his hunting ground. Give me just 1 second. You know what, Amber? I can't quite figure that out. I will say that Amber said, what? Did they move his route to the middle of nowhere and give him too much opportunity? Well, I think that I think I think he complained about his route and it changing every day. So is it possible that they put him in the same area? I don't, it just seems like at least for that period of time, from the 26th to the 1st, he seemed like he was in pretty much the same area that entire time. So I feel like, and we don't have videos from like the 25th or the 24th or the 23rd of November or even the 15th of November to see. But to me, it seems like he was at least somewhat familiar with that area. And I do think that he chose that area because of the fact that it's so rural, and therefore the kids are playing out in their front yards without very much supervision, because it's not like they're on a main road. It's not like they're in a suburban neighborhood. People feel safe. And Amber said, I guess maybe, but I know from my personal experience, I've never seen the same FedEx Amazon driver twice, and I'm in a tiny town. It just, I maybe it wasn't the same route for an extended period of time, but it was enough time for him to decide that that was going to be his hunting grounds. I see the same probably 2 or 3 Amazon drivers here where I live. But I can't, I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like even if they didn't give him a regular route, we know that he was in that area the 26th, the 29th, the 30th, and the 1st. I can't remember if he was there in that same area on the 2nd, but we do know for facts, based on the video evidence, that he was at least in that neighborhood for 4 days. And we know that he was in that area for 2 days prior to Athena's, not 2 days in a row, because we don't know. We have the 26th. We don't know about the 27th or the 28th, but we have the 29th. So perhaps he saw something on the 26th and said to himself, if I'm back over here in this neck of the woods, I don't know. It just seems like he was somewhat familiar with that area, is my point. And decided that it was, I think that unfortunately, and this I think happens quite frequently, everything aligned in the worst possible way for him to be able to do this. And I also think that, let me go back really quick where I was. Where's that video from? Hold on a minute. Let me see this. This is when he gets the call, and then we'll make it live. I want to see what day this is and what time. All right, so this is when he gets the dispatch call at on the 1st at 8. This is at 18. Okay, so let me go forward a second because I want to see something. when they play this one. This is after. This video is after that. It's at 1926. So this call from the dispatcher. Hold on a minute. I'll find it again. This call happened on December 1st, 2022 at 01. Let me just make sure. Let me just rewind it back a tiny bit so I can play it to just make sure.
Your Honor, approach.
It's at the, Christina? Oh, this is Max at the station here. They're on this is senior.
Hello?
Hey, this is Max Drescher. This is senior here at the station. Hey, nothing. I needed to get a little info for you on a delivery you had yesterday.
Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, that is right. 18 hours. Looks like 16 minutes and 10 seconds. Then if we go forward to here, this is 19 hours, 32 minutes, 37 seconds. So how are you feigning ignorance about a kidnapping when you've already been told that there's a kidnapping? That's my point. See? He already knows because he's been told an hour prior. Oh, lying liar face who tells lies. Okay, Amber said, I really think it was just an impulse thing. It was something he'd been considering and he found the golden opportunity. If it hadn't been Athena, it would have been little Susie across town. I will agree with you in that this was a crime of opportunity and something that he'd been thinking about for quite some time. But I would be curious where he was delivering and what those areas looked like on the days that we don't have video from, which is the 27th and the 28th. Because if he were in a more heavily populated area, right? And I do think he'd been thinking about this for a long time. What I'm saying is that everything aligned in the worst possible way that it was Athena. But I do agree that it would have been somebody else. I just think that I think that the rural nature of this specific area in his mind likely made it much less risky. That's what I'm saying. Yes, Shamina, his eyes were on the other girls. He took the opportunity with Athena. Yes. But I think this, I agree that I think this is what Amber is saying, that obviously that it happened with Athena because everything aligned in the worst possible way. And he saw his opportunity and he seized it. Right. But the thought of doing something like this had been stewing in his brain for quite some time. And I do, Jennifer says, I think he thought about it for a while. We know he was covering the camera. Yes. But I think that yes, we're on the same page, just different words. Yes. As Hockett says, I feel that stop with the kids and the little girls behind the van really charged him up. I think that what he realized in that moment is the lure, I think I also think he said the thing about, because the kids were still out there. You can sort of see them. They're kind of in the doorway of the front door, what looks to be the front door of the house. I don't know if that's the exact layout, but the door at the front of the house, right? One of the girls is kind of in that. She hasn't gone in the door yet. And I almost think that he was gauging multiple things at the same time in that moment. I think he was gauging the response. I think he wanted to see who lived in that home, number one, from the adults. But I also think he was gauging the response of the children when he said, what did he call it? Where's Kelly's comment? Christmas something. It's such a ridiculously stupid phrase. I got to go scroll up here and find it to remember what he said. A Christmas precaution. What exactly? What kid does not perk up when they hear Christmas? And they just get excited in general about packages anyway, even if it's not for them. They just like packages. I'm an adult and I get excited for packages, okay? Even when I order, they're my own packages. I know what's in them. It's not going to be a surprise. I ordered that shit. I know, but I get excited. And when you really think about it, like how I'll say this, Karen. Karen says, who knows if she was his first victim given how callous he is. His DNA was entered into CODIS. At least at the present time, current day, there has not been a match. So, do I think this was his first victim? Well, no. Do I think this was the first victim, his first victim of this age? Yes. Because I think, truly, we know that there were two other girls, at least, who have come forward, right? They testified on Tuesday. And those would technically be his first victims. Those are the victims we know about. As far as unidentified victims, obviously, if they're unidentified, we're not going to know about them. But again, I will say that like I said, his DNA profile has been entered into CODIS and nothing has come back yet. So, yeah. It's terrifying. Hey, Cray, good to see you. Hey, Coffee and Skeletons, Jennifer. It's good to see all you guys. Thanks for being here. I don't know what we're waiting on because, bro, it's been way longer than 10 minutes. Let me see. Here's 10 minutes right here. We've been on hold. Look. For a long day. I wonder if they're seeing the video now. And that's why we're the way we are. I wonder if that's, I don't know, because I can't really understand why the judge would say we need a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. And then, an hour later, they're still not back. I do too, Sarah. Good to see you, babe. I think he would have gone on to be a serial killer had he not been caught. I agree. And the thing is, he knows that they found that package, because an hour prior to the last video that we watched before they took their break, his dispatch called him and said, "I need to talk to you about a package you delivered yesterday." And I think that as the FBI agent, Special Agent McGuire testified, I think that initially they did think, when they saw that package, I think initially they thought they had a witness, until they tracked that package back and realized that that package had, while it was at the abduction site, and it was that package was for that address, that package had not been marked delivered. So, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Amber said there was an Amber Alert. His phone 100% notified him that night, and the Google searches. Absolutely. Absolutely. Had I been in Texas at that time, I would have gotten the Amber Alert. I didn't get it because I was in Florida at that point. But we know for facts that he was aware that law enforcement was looking for him on December 1st, because they showed the video and they got it. It got, they had to disregard, the dispatch, but we heard it. We're not on the jury. We don't have to disregard that. And we know the time. We can math. Maybe, I know, I can't speak to y'all's math skills. I know, my math skills are not the best all the time, and sometimes I have to count on my fingers and out loud. Whatevs. Bottom line is, I know that 18 comes before 19, so that's 1 hour. He knew. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think. Jennifer said, "Do you think he just forgot to mark the package delivered or purposely didn't?" This is what I think. I think that the package was the lure. And I think when he grabbed Athena, he dropped the package. And I think that in everything that was going on and in his haste, I think that he forgot to go and get that package. And I think when the dispatch called him, and listen to how, we can go back to it. We got a moment, we got time. I don't know what they're doing, so let's just go back to that. Listen to how he talks to his boss.
Yeah, whoa.
Lieutenant?
Who is it?
Hey, this is Matt at the station here. We're on the assistant senior.
Hello?
Hey, this is Mike Drescher, the assistant senior here at the station.
What's
Hey, nothing. I needed to get a little info for you on a delivery you had yesterday.
Your Honor,
approach. It's going to.
See, listen to how he talked to his dispatcher. I think it was in that moment Tanner Horner realized he fucked up. Really, Cray Cray? This makes me sad to read. But I appreciate your honesty. Cray Cray said, "Sadly, I probably would have convicted the stepmother without all this evidence." I mean, I appreciate that you're admitting to that, but I don't understand why. I don't. I don't understand why. I can understand the side eye, right? Because she's young, statistically speaking, most the younger the child is, the smaller their circle is, right? And that's usually the people that are closest to them. So that the side eye I get, but the thinking that she did something, I that I don't get. That I don't get. I mean, I know that if anybody has been around true crime long enough, right, we're fully aware of, sadly, what parents and step parents, Letitia, we're looking at you, are capable of doing. Okay. And Letitia's not the first. I mean, look at Diane Downs, Susan Smith, on and on and on and on, right? This isn't a new concept. It's not a new crime, but I feel like I can, like I said, I understand the side eye. I do. But what I cannot get behind and what I don't understand, and I'm not saying you did this, but I just can't understand or get behind the flat out accusation that was made by people on the internet that the stepmother was guilty based on absolutely nothing more than the child is missing. Because I mean, while stranger abductions are rare, they do happen. And I just no, babe, I get it. I get it. But I'm glad that you came in here and said that. First of all, that is a hard thing to admit. Really, it is. That's a hard thing to admit. And I think that it's commendable that you came in here and admitted that. Really, I do. Because I think that look, I'm not judging you, Cray Cray. I'm not. And I appreciate, because you're always in here and you're always a good chatter and I like you know that. And I appreciate the fact that we're having this discussion because everybody has that case, right? I'm guilty of making an accusation and I was wrong. For years, I accused John Mark Byers of not only murdering Christopher Byers, but also murdering Steve Branch and Michael Moore. And then in 2006 or no, 7, in 2007, when the DNA results came back and they were made public, and not only were Damien, Jason, and Jesse's DNA not found on any of the items tested, but neither was John Mark Byers, I realized in that moment, I fucked up. And what I did and how what I did not impact the actual case. The case was, when it happened in 1993, I was 16 years old. I had no, impact on the case or the investigation or anything, but I was not the first nor the only person accusing John Mark Byers. And that had to weigh on somebody who didn't have anything to do with the crime. Do you know what I mean? So I learned from that it's okay to side eye. It ain't okay to point. And I think we all have that case, Right. And this is another thing, Amber. This is a really good point. Who thinks it would be the delivery driver? To a kid, they're the helpers. A delivery driver would be the last on my list. Plus, because of the position that they're in, you would think that they're completely not just background checked, but maybe their, social media is looked at, stuff like that. Although these companies can only do so much. If there is not a an arrest or a conviction, I'm sorry, not even an arrest, a conviction, right, for a crime against a child or against any violent crime against a child or another human being, period, if they've never been caught or and they haven't been convicted, then their background report is going to be clear, right? So it is rather scary that this could be happening. Do you know what I mean? Ginny said this really well, and so I want to read this. Cray Cray 420, there must have been something you saw or heard to make you think that. It's very brave of you to express your opinion. Thank you for sharing. Exactly. Oh, I don't trust anybody either. Like, I've been in true crime too long to trust anybody. But, yeah. Chicken Lady said Heidi Broussard was that case for me. We all have that case. We all have that case. There's always a case. Like with Quentin Simon's case, it wasn't so much that anybody was, there were people that were trying to very hard to blame Danny for Quentin's murder, right? But there was a lot of evidence, obviously to the contrary. The first being that, Leilani, and he wore a wire. That's another thing. Like, people were outright accusing him, and he's the one wearing the damn wire. And, I feel like that evidence from that hotel room just spoke volumes, because if he had anything to do with it, right? And he's in that hotel room, he's wearing the wire, and that whole argument that him and Leilani got into when he's asking her, like, grilling her about where she was and the lies that she told and things that didn't make sense to him. If you're covering for him, but you don't know he's wearing the wire, why are you not confronting him? You know what I mean? But the people in Quentin Simon's case that took just an absolute rash of shit online were really law enforcement. They're just dragging their feet. People said, what are they doing? They said, they're not doing anything. They said, how can they just let Leilani be in that house? They disrupted. There were protesters that there were, I don't want to say protesters because I would not call that a protest. There were shitsters that went out to the neighborhood, caused all manner of ruckus, ruined Halloween for the children in that neighborhood with their bullshit, right? And I would like to add on a personal note, several of those shit-stirring instigators that were out in that neighborhood that night not only did they not cover the trial, they didn't talk about the trial at all. Once the trial happened, they had already moved on to another case. So they really cared about justice, because the justice for the victim happens in the courtroom, by the way, just in case, you actually cared. Ugh. Anyway, demanding that they arrest her immediately and right now, and that they weren't gonna rest until an arrest was made. But what did we learn during the trial when we watched? That they were working. They weren't just out at the landfill trying to recover that baby's body. They were searching phones, doing all manner of things to investigate. They had Danny wearing a wire, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I'm cussing a lot of extra. I'm sorry. For Pete's sake. And it's you know, so I mean, there's that. You know what I mean? Like, we learned from the trial, which is why I would encourage you. Don't, I mean, I'm not saying, hey, watch the trial with me. I don't watch it anywhere. Just, if there's a case that you're really interested in, that you fall, that it started as a missing person case, right? And, it captivated you for some reason, right? I would encourage if you feel passionate about the victim in that case, to follow, if you can, all the way to the conclusion. Not every trial and every case is streamed, but at the very least, there will be updates from the trial, and you can, learn a lot about what took place in the investigation. And I said this yesterday because it's true. The whole reason that the American justice system, we have public trials, is because it is our job as American citizens. We are we're the checks and balances system. We're to watch the trial and gauge the investigation and the evidence, because we can consider things that the jury can't. We know things that the jury won't ever know. So it's our civic duty to watch trials, right? And when you watch a trial, you learn about every aspect of the investigation, and you can gauge whether the investigation was a good investigation or a flawed investigation, or whether they even have the right person, charged with the crime. That's our job. Oh, thank you, Dana. I appreciate that. Dana said, I like when you cuss. You say exactly what I'm thinking. That's why you're the channel I'm a member of. Cussing is therapeutic. Don't apologize. I appreciate that. Hey, ATS, good to see you, babe. Yeah, they disrupted the shit out of that neighborhood, Miss Upper Thigh. Good to see you too, by the way. It was horrible. It was a nightmare. It was terrible what happened in that neighborhood. They wreaked havoc on that neighborhood. And at the very end, they had already, by the time the trial came around, they just moved on like it was no big deal, like it was nothing. I'll never understand that. And then, it is what it is. I'm wondering, what do you guys think is the holdup? Let me see. Let me do this. Let me go over to the X Twitters. Let's go see if we can get a live update and find out what's going on. I don't know why it took me 7 years to think about this, but that is the type of professionalism that you'll get only here at the ward. Okay. Let me just do this. Let me do a whole new search. See if I can find out what's going on. Wish I could be there. Hold on a minute. Okay, so there's, we know. All right, so there will be no camera in the Tanner Horner trial tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. The jury has those days off. and the judge's order is not to broadcast when the jury isn't present. They will be using these 3 days to conduct Duber hearings. When they return on Wednesday, the defense will begin its case. The defense has 19 witnesses. Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can find anything else. So this is also from Kathy Russin. She is the managing editor at Law and Crime Court TV. All right, so I think she's a decent source, right? Okay, the information we get from the courtroom is very scarce in this trial. It appears they were only on break, not watching that video. I do not know why the photog decided to cut the feed instead of going to the ceiling like normal. Anyway, they are back in session now, but that was an hour ago. And if they are back in session, we can't see it. So hold on, let me check a different feed. Let me go look at like what the actual F is going on. Because they're not. Okay. Now, at the top of Court TV's thing, they have pinned, we believe the court is currently viewing the video of Athena inside the FedEx vehicle. The judge has ruled the audio from the van cannot be broadcast by the media. All right, so that makes sense. Let me see if there's anything new. That's at the top of Court TV. But I don't know. Let me click on that and see if I can. I forgot how to do this. Timestamps. All right, so that was at 11:17 a.m. So we know that that video is an hour. I'm glad I went and checked. I think so. That makes sense what they're doing and why. So Amber said a Duber hearing is a court proceeding where a judge evaluates the admissibility of an expert's testimony and evidence. The goal is to ensure that only reliable and valid scientific expert testimony. So what I would say, I'm curious which experts they're having the Duber hearing over. I know that the defense, their job is to present mitigating evidence. And judging by the opening statements, right, the mitigating evidence they intend to present is past history of mental illness. His being diagnosed is on the spectrum. He has high functioning autism, used to be Asperger's syndrome. So I would imagine Craig Graham, done with you for the day. No, not Dr. John. And by the way, Rachel, thank you for being a member for 7 months, babe. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Or Dr. Dorothy Lewis, Amber said, I kid. Nope. I'd imagine that Dr. Dorothy Lewis is out. So I'm wondering which experts the Duber hearing is about. I know. Let me refresh and see if there's anything New. See if I can see that. I suck at using the Twitters. Okay. Oh, did I tell you guys the defense has 19 witnesses? Did I leave that? I think I forgot to read that part of the tweet. Did y'all hear what I said? 19. Not 20. Not 18. 19 witnesses. What? I don't, it just, I guess maybe all of my synapses just now clicked and are firing all at the same time. But I'm going to sound like a bootleg Hogwarts owl right now. Oh, what 19 people you think they going to haul in to testify on this fool's behalf? I mean, for real. I know that obviously there's going to be expert witnesses, but 19? Which 19 will these people be? Like, who are the 19 people? Even if they don't call them all, I need to know, because they're recognized as witnesses, which means that the state has been told who they are, right? And even if they don't call them, I want to know who these 19 mofos are that they're going to, I mean, I would have, let's say they likely track down any doctors that, or mental health professionals that had, that saw Tanner during the suicide attempt prior to Athena's murder. Okay. So that's one, maybe two people. All right. Then we have probably a representative from the mental health county facility that he was being seen at on an outpatient basis. Okay. Then, so that's three. Then perhaps the mental health professionals that saw him when he made the attempt at the jail after his arrest. But who else? Who? I need a video. What video should we play, you guys? What's one we haven't played? Oh, well, let's play Hedwig, of course. Maybe because maybe they're going to bring in some witness that talked to Zero. It's the way he says, etc. for me. It's the best part. Maybe they'll bring in Patricia. Let's have this one.
No, you shut up! Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me, criminal!
Maybe who else should we have? Should we have the cats or Cartman? We need to have Cartman for sure.
Fuck.
All right, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Hey, Earth, what up? How you doing? Jenny said Zero, the girlfriend, and grandma. Her name, Ma'am, she prefers to be called Mimi. It's his Mimi. Poor grandmother. I love that movie too. What other video can we play? We haven't played the cat video in a while. Want to play the cat video? Where's it at? Where's it at? See, whenever I added new videos, it messed up my order. And so now, here it is. Here we go. Just have a moment together, shall we? All right, here we go.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Oh, no, man. Oh, Lord. Zero takes the stand, huh? There's not a whole lot of, that was the last update. Let me take this off screen. Let me see what's happening over there in the, hold on. Let me see all the chats. Because I would think that let me think about this. I would imagine that, I mean, that audio is going to speak for itself. I can't. But the thing of it is, there will be an opportunity for the defense to cross-examine Ranger Espinosa, which I would just also not like to toot my own horn while tooting my own horn. Toot, toot. I believe I did say that I thought that Ranger Espinosa would be taking the stand to introduce this video. I believe I was correct. Toot, toot. I'm sad that there's even a video for me to be correct about. I'm sad this happened at all. It's messed up. But I'm thinking, okay, so then they'll have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Espinosa, which they're going to be given the opportunity to cross-examine Ranger Espinosa, but I don't know. I'm sure they'll come up with some questions to ask him. What could they possibly be? I don't know. And will they have any effect? Probably not. Jenny said, the ward case studies, I've lived a sheltered life, but what was the video you would play? It's Friday. You ain't got no job and you ain't got shit to do. Oh, I'll show you. You want me to play? It's a long one. It's the intro, or it used to be my outro. Here, hold on. I'll play it for you guys. We don't have anything else to talk about just yet. And I'm listening on the other end, so it'll be fine. When they come back, we'll know. Here it is, right here.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No militia.
Finish her!
Bring me down. I'm on a high right now. I'm living my best life, and y'all can't take that from me.
He is
2 minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.
And you know this, man.
Can't mess with the smoke now. All right, you guys, I gotta just put you on hold, please. I've got to make lunch for the Nuggie. She's been very, very patient. Let me just put some background music for you guys. I'll have my phone on Court TV, so I'll know exactly when they come back. All right, give me just 1 second.
Call your friends and make a plan. Let's have ourselves a date. No promises or consequence. We have no time to waste. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Don't speed ahead, relax instead. Let time show you the way. Don't complicate or hesitate. Enjoy your sunny day. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. My sunny days, where did you go? My sunny days, miss my sunny days, where did you go? I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny day. Call your friends and make a plan. Let's have ourselves a date. No promises or consequence. We have no time to waste. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Don't speed ahead, relax instead. Let time show you the way. Don't complicate or hesitate. Enjoy your sunny day. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. My sunny days, where did you go? My sunny days, miss my sunny days. Where did you go? I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Call your friends and make a plan. Let's have ourselves a date. No promises or consequence. We have no time to waste. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want the sunny days to shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days. Don't speed ahead, relax instead. Let time show you the way. Don't complicate or hesitate. Enjoy your sunny day. We go from London to Paris, city to state. Drive 100 miles an hour, staying out too late. Living life as a nomad, take it day by day. Cause there's no one to tell us what to do. I want want the sunny days. They shine a light on me. Can't let them go to waste. They feel so far away when all the sky is gray. I miss the sunny days.
Are y'all tired of that song? I'm tired of that song. We'll have to find another. Oh, Amber's not. She's over here dancing. ATS News. That's Amber too. Also, she's over here dancing. So good. I'm glad at least Amber's boogieing down. Yeah, Amber, I'm curious about whether or not they're going to let it in. And here's why. So Amber says, I only mention it because it was brought up in openings. Although he was never diagnosed, I'm sure his mom will get up there and claim she drank her entire pregnancy to keep him off death row. I am curious if they will even let that in. You know where I should go? Let's go over to WFAA because they're the pool feed, so they would know what's going on in there. Let's see. Let's see what they're saying. We've got some experts talking. All right, they're talking about they're going to talk about what they saw and heard. So let's go see what's going on over there. Okay, give me just a sec. Geez, Jen, is it your first day streaming? You don't know how to switch between? Lord, fix it. All right, here we go.
Well, Tanya, that by far is probably one of the most emotional and heart-wrenching things I've ever heard in a courtroom. The family did leave. The mom and father and some of the family members left and did not listen to it. And then the judge also asked the gallery if anybody cannot make it through the next, through this entire video, then you may want to go ahead and leave right now because he warned everyone. And it is, you basically hear Tanner Horner torturing this little girl. We have 30 more minutes of this video before they broke for lunch. And the judge told us there's still another 30 more minutes of graphic video, but you see them first walk up to the vehicle. She's following him into the van, and then he lifts her up and puts her in the van, and she's saying, where are we going? And Terry, I'm gonna let you also kind of talk to what you saw. Mhm.
Hey, we're struggling to hear Terry. Is it a little bit something wrong with her audio?
No, it might just be because we're sharing our ear pods. Can you not hear?
No, I can't.
Okay, let me let me just see if that, can you hear her now, Tanya? Okay. Tanya, sorry, we're having some difficulty here. We're gonna take off the ear pods, I think.
Yeah. These are the folks. This is the reality of technology.
I don't feel so bad when I did not realize that I needed to hide it on stream and then add the next. I don't feel so bad because these people are professionals and even they have the struggles. No, Coffee, I did not. What time? I'll go find it because I'm subscribed to him. I'll go find it and I will share it. Okay, so to answer you, Chief, because I want everybody to know this. All right, what we're listening to now is local news from WFAA. These two women, the one in the glasses, she's been reporting on the case from the inside the courtroom daily. And the second woman, she is an attorney that, I want to say, you guys, that they've had her on before. She is a former prosecutor, if I'm not mistaken, but she deals in, or she actually, that's a lie. I don't know what her professional, let me just start again. I don't know what she does in her professional capacity. I don't know what her specific title is, I should say, but what she does is deals with sexual assault. So that's what she does now. What happened is the jury is the only, and the gallery, the people who were physically there in the courtroom, are the only people that were allowed to listen to the audio. Okay. And the media was not allowed to broadcast it at all in any capacity. Okay. So the people that I feel sorry for in this situation, the family didn't listen to it, and I don't blame them. Maitland testified yesterday that she had been given an opportunity to listen to it, and she made it through like maybe 1 or 2 minutes of it. Okay. Whatever they're about to say is obviously going to be sensitive material. Okay. So I don't know how, I haven't listened to this. This is live. I don't know how descriptive they're going to be. So I would say, everybody protect yourselves. If it gets to be too much, just leave. You can always come back. They're at lunch now. So I'm sure they'll be back in like 30 minutes. And then we'll still have 30 more minutes that there will be nothing from the courtroom, because there's 30 minutes left of this video. They've only watched the first 30. All right, so now let's get back into it. All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear us now, Tanya?
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, the story that he.
You guys are still cutting out. I feel like we gotta.
She walked to the van with him. He put her in. He shut the door. She asked him, "Where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper?" It was almost like a conversation for a while, wasn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah, and he's just chit-chatting with her, asking her, where do you go to school? How old are you? And at one point he tells her, she says, why are you doing this? And he says, because you're pretty. And he says, you know that, don't you? And then they drive around for a while. She keeps saying, where are you going? And then he stops the vehicle, and that's when it gets very graphic. Tanya, at one point, he tells her to take off her shirt, and she says, why? And he says, he doesn't really answer that. You can't really hear what he says. But then she says, my mom says somebody shouldn't be doing this to me, and you shouldn't be doing this to me.
Right, yeah. My mom said, I can't do this to other people, and you can't do it to me either. So, what I think is interesting is that the state spent a lot of time yesterday proving up that DNA evidence, or trying to bring that in. And I think it's going to be very clear that there was some very sexual deviant things going on. Of course, by this point, we can't see, we can only hear what is going on. But she asks him several times, what are you doing? The poor child says, ouch, 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 multiple times. Asks him again, what are you?
Wow. Oh my God. And now the jurors are going to have to hear that. They're the ones hearing it. Do you guys want me to keep playing, or do you want me to stop? It's up to you guys. I'm not going to play anything that you don't want to hear. So I'll wait for you guys to come back and let me know You guys want me to keep, okay, let's do it like this. Keep playing. Okay. There's 2 people that wanted me to keep playing it. Anybody else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Here we go.
Doing. The point being, the poor child says, ouch, 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 multiple times, asks him again, what are you doing? The point being is that we still have 30 minutes left of this audio. And this is about a year, an hour's worth of torture that he has put her through. It's shocking because it gets quiet, and then we all assume, because you can hear the struggle, and we all assume, yes, and we can all assume that she's passed, and then all of a sudden we'll hear her gasp, and we'll hear her cry, and we'll hear her moan, and then it'll get quiet.
And then he'll pull over. Like he at one point he does take off, and then he hears her, so he pulls over, and then Tanya, you hear stomping or slamming, like he's trying to, hurt her more. And then he takes off, and then the most eerie thing is at one point Jingle Bell Rock comes on, because remember this is around Christmas, and she is crying. She is, you could hear her crying, and he's just singing. He starts singing Jingle Bell Rock, and then she's crying. Goes, shut up. He tells her multiple times, shut up. If you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Yeah.
You need to shut up. I mean, he tells her to shut up several times.
What's eerie is that he turns on his flashers, and it's a FedEx truck. How many times have we driven by FedEx trucks, right, in our own neighborhoods? Well, he's turned on his flashers, and you can hear traffic pass by them. And I'm thinking those drivers had no idea what horror was going on in that van. It's unlike any, and the jury, they're not only crying, they are sobbing. Some of them are sobbing.
And they're glaring at him, and he's sitting there. At one point, he's just like this, holding his hands to his face, and he's just looking down. I mean, I don't know, Terry. I don't know how the defense gets past this. I mean, those jurors were very emotional.
Well, I think the part of the mitigating evidence that the defense is going to try to bring in, I don't know how it can negate the decisions that this man clearly made, because at first, it was questionable whether or not he had hurt her, so he put her in the van and, didn't know what to do, and he was confused, and he made bad decisions. No, it's very calculated, and he definitely used this child for some kind of sexual gratification.
Yes, he did.
And
you can hear that. You can hear it. You can hear it on the audio.
Yes, even though there wasn't an accusation in the indictment, it is clear that there was something sexual going on. Plus, we also know that there was DNA found on her body. And so I think that it's going to be very difficult for any defense expert to come in with mitigating evidence, whether it's because he grew up with a lot of trauma, he was an fetal alcohol syndrome, or whatever the case may be, because his mother drank when he was in the womb, whether he has autism, whether he has multiple personality disorder, which they now call really something completely different, or whether he's a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't think that a defense expert can change the way this trial is going to go. And that is coming from just watching this jury and hearing for ourselves what he put her through.
Okay, I was right. Terry Bentley Hill is an attorney. She is a criminal defense attorney out of Dallas. And on her webpage, it says, Ms. Bentley Hill is the go-to attorney in criminal cases with mental health or substance use issues. An award-winning attorney, she is recognized across the country as a lawyer who practices outside the traditional criminal justice box. So that is her area of expertise. And And she's 100% correct. There is nothing that there's no evidence. There's nobody that's going to be able to get up there to testify. There is nothing that is going to mitigate this audio. They're going to recommend the death penalty. Let me switch this around really quick. All right, here we go. Let's listen to what else they have to say.
It's so haunting, Tanya, because when he's walking her to the van, I can't hear what they're talking. And by the way, he does drop off the Barbies first, and then he drops off the package, and then you see him. And when he first pulls over, you see him kind of looking around, almost like he does scope her out, like he sees her. You can't really see her at that point, but then you see her following him, and then him hoisting her up into that truck, and then into the van. And then, she's asking, where are we going? Like she's going, initially she's just wondering, like, where are we going?
Right.
And like, no big deal at first, but then she realizes at some point that something's wrong.
Well, and you want to talk about calculated and premeditated. There are 2 cameras on this FedEx van. There is a dash cam, which is very similar to a police dash cam, where it projects out in front of the van. He covered that up immediately. That we never saw any video from that once he got to Athena's house. Then after he brought her into the van, brought her into that area, we've seen the picture of her standing there while he's driving. At that point, shortly thereafter, he covers that camera.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's interesting is, Rebecca, you remember he walked around that van and he looked into the passenger side window like he was scoping out the cameras. So it's totally premeditated. It's totally premeditated. This is not some person who freaked out and made bad decisions. To me, it looks very premeditated.
And we certainly don't see some alter ego come out while he is doing this to Athena.
Right.
It is very deliberate, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, he's tortured her. He tortured her. And, they claim in the indictment that she could have died by suffocation, strangulation, or blunt force trauma to the head, stomping. We heard it. We heard it. And she's still alive. She's still alive.
She's still alive. And we again, the judge says there's still 30 more minutes. So we know from the opening statements that the prosecutor says you hear him over and over and over and over again attempting to kill her and choke her and take her life. And that's what we are hearing, because just as we think, she's passed away, you hear her gasping and crying and screaming, moaning. And it is awful time.
And the defendant's face is this far from the defense table. I mean, he is leaning over with his face just inches away from that table. Because, and you know what I thought? This is just my impression, is that the audio is playing. There's no video. But it's video in his head.
Oh yeah.
He is seeing all of that in his head. But again, a person, he is totally competent. There's no issue about competency. This man knows exactly what is going on, and he's not just out of it. He knows what's happening. He knows what he did. He's singing Jingle Bell Rock with a child screaming in the back of the van.
That was the word, because the whole thing is terrible. But when the Jingle Bell Rock comes on and she's screaming the entire time, and then he starts singing over her screaming, and then keeps telling her shut up while Jingle Bell Rock is playing, and he's singing like nothing's happened. It is the most awful thing I've ever heard in a courtroom.
And
I'll say this. Earlier there was a question in the chat about whether or not we would be able to, hold on just one second. I'm sorry about that, you guys. I've got the nuggie here, and she's never going to hear any of this. And if that means I have to put you guys on hold, I got to put you guys on hold. But oh wait, here I am. I was like, where am I? I was worried that this happened yesterday too. Hold on a minute. All right. Anyway, so I'm distracted. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the question in the, hold on. All right. Sorry about that. Anyway, the question was, would you be able to listen to this audio? No. If I were in attendance of the trial, at the trial, I would not. I would have left. There's no way I could listen to it. Absolutely not. Especially knowing that basically what the judge said is you either sit through it all or you leave now. If the judge, if I were sitting in the gallery of a courtroom and a judge admonished the gallery in that way, I would know it was bad and I would get out. That's just me. Unfortunately, the jurors, they don't have that choice. And while Rebecca and Terry have a choice here, they could have left. Obviously, literally, they have the choice. The bottom line is they are covering this trial for WFAA. So their jobs require this. And I would imagine that this audio is you can see Rebecca. She's been a reporter for Channel 8 for as long as I can remember. But this is going to be audio that they're going to hear in their heads the rest of their lives. This will always stay with them. And I know that from personal experience. I have viewed the autopsy photos from the West Memphis 3 case. They never leave. And it's weird when they will come abruptly at the most random times, and it will still make me sick to my stomach. And it's been more than 20 years. So this is going to stick with them for a very long time. And yes, Chief, the jury will absolutely need help for a long time. Everybody in that courtroom that is had to listen to it will. And rest assured, this is not the first time the defense attorneys have heard this audio either. That's their client. They have to listen to the evidence. I will say this also. There are, now we know, based on their reporting from the audio, right? The reporting about what these women, what Terry Bentley Hill and Rebecca Lopez heard in the courtroom. And frankly, I believe them, and this is why, because the looks on, especially Rebecca, I think that you can tell she's shook. And she's trying to maintain professionalism, and she's trying to relay what was on there in a professional way, but you can tell it really impacted her. And so a lot of what she's saying is somewhat spontaneous. It's not like she's thought about it. Do you know what I mean? This isn't like maybe a blurb on the 5 o'clock news or anything when she's had a moment. Okay. This is spontaneous. She's messed up by this. And he's created just, yep. Exactly. Neat said Tanner just created so many more victims with this PTSD inducing trauma. Absolutely. But like you guys have all said, and you've reminded me, and I appreciate the reminder, Athena endured it. Athena endured it. We will be here, and we will make sure we are watching for justice. All right, let's keep going.
I have to say, just as we're watching different actors in the courtroom, we clearly saw the emotions from the jury, and they're taking notes as well. Some of them are taking notes, but there was emotion from both sides of the table. The prosecutors were emotional, the defense attorneys were emotional. This is not easy for either side. And I know that I'm thinking that Tanner has, according to testimony, attempted suicide several times in his life. And as Rebecca said, it makes you wonder, this is in the courtroom, it makes you wonder if the defense wouldn't just rest after this because it's just so bad. However, those defense attorneys have a job that they have to do. And I admire them. It's hard. They're going to do their job. But I would not be surprised if he didn't say, I'm done. I mean, if he's truly someone who is remorseful or regrets what he did, and he's already been suicidal in the past, it makes me wonder if he would tell his lawyers, I'm done. But I know that they will continue with their case and bringing their experts because that is what they're required to do. But it's not easy on them.
That's important to remember. Okay. Now, throughout this entire trial, I have acknowledged repeatedly, okay, these are court-appointed attorneys, all right? They didn't ask to represent Tanner Horner. It is their job, and I understand that. That being said, there have been times when Miss Anderson I just didn't care for the way that she did her job. I didn't care for the tone in which she questioned the Ranger Espinosa. I just didn't like it. I didn't think I didn't think that the level of stank and snark in her voice was necessary to do her job. So I don't think, I'm going to tell you what I think about what Terry just said. And one of the reasons that she specializes in mental health cases or criminal cases involving mental health is because she lost her husband to suicide. Okay, so has a different experience with it. I don't believe that Tanner Horner has actual true suicidal ideation, in that he is so sad and in such a dark place emotionally that he sees no hope. I don't think that is why he attempted suicide while he was in jail at all. I think that he doesn't want to face the consequences of his actions, frankly. I think that he doesn't, if he had remorse at all, he would have told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth since the very beginning. If he had any level of remorse, he would have told investigators what happened and led them directly to her body. Instead, what he did was lie and play games and bullshit around, because quite frankly, I believe, especially now, I'm even more solidified in that thought, that the longer she was in the water, the more evidence would be washed away, and therefore not available. So nobody but he and Athena would ever know what happened, all the things that happened in the back of that van, quite frankly. That's what I think. Hannah asked, is it true that all defense attorneys have to do court-appointed cases to maintain their license? I ask because I heard it. I do believe that there is something to that, but let me Google for you and find out for sure. And I'll Google and we'll continue playing this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I cannot imagine what it was like for you and everybody else in that courtroom that heard that. Just listening to you describe it, I personally feel physically ill. I don't know if Jingle Bell Rock will ever be the same again.
Right.
No. No.
And so I am horrified, and thank you for telling us about it and explaining it to people. And Keith, do you have anything you want to add?
Probably a lot. I mean,
All right, before we hear from Keith, here's what the Google said. No, attorneys are not generally required to do pro bono work. While the American Bar Association sets an aspirational goal of 50 hours of free legal service per year, it is rarely mandatory. It is an ethical obligation to support public interest, not a disciplinary rule. Almost all states treat pro bono as voluntary rather than mandatory. New York is the only state requiring 50 hours of pro bono work as a condition of licensing. So there we have it. They don't have to. All right. Let's see what he has to say.
wow. You know, I think the thing that really, as Rebecca and Terry were describing it, you know, the questions that she asked, hey, where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean, so it's the stranger danger, what we teach our kids. She's processing all this. Unfortunately, it's too late because she's already in the van. But for that to happen, and I could only imagine as the realization's coming to her, like how crazy that is. But I tell you what, his response when y'all were describing that, you know, how he says, well, but I did this because you're pretty, you know that, right? Oh my goodness. If the jury isn't livid at that point, I mean, and the prosecution, you know, I think with the DNA, we wondered, you know, well, is it
all the way up through trial? We've been asked happened. What really happened? And now we know. And I will say this, okay? Unfortunately, maybe perhaps something beneficial can come out of hearing what he said to her and the way that he approached her. Because we teach children about stranger danger. I think the way that we parents, and it's not intentional, I think parents, teachers, caregivers, I think because it's such a scary situation and such a serious conversation, I think our tone, this is just a theory I have, but I think maybe it's our tone that we're using. And I think that implies to the child that strangers look scary. They're trying to avoid somebody monstrous. When the truth of the matter is you can't see that. Hey, Wolfie, that isn't something that we can see. And the fact that he had a conversation with her, we talked about this very early on in the trial, about how they're able at times to lure a child. Things that they say to children, such as, well, I'm so-and-so, and now we aren't strangers anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. And this right here. And S. Hockett, I'm getting to you too, because this too, what you said too. ATS News said Disney and other movies portray them as looking evil a lot too, but they look like regular people. Absolutely. And as Hockett said, I would also think they aren't thinking strangers would be at their home. Right. It's stranger danger, and trying to impart that on into your children is something that is such an abstract. It's abstract, and it's very difficult to put it in the right words in the right way. And I do think, based on just everything that we've heard from this trial and other trials, right? That we got to change the way we're doing it, because we're not doing it right. We're doing something. As Hockett says, or I have a Christmas present for you, come help me. Exactly. It's very possible that he said, oh, there's another package for you back here, and it's just too heavy for me. Can you help me? He said something to her that got her guard down. He did. And also what Amber Riot is saying, the mailman is supposed to be a quote unquote helper. We need to rewrite our stranger danger teaching. Helpers can be monsters too. Absolutely. Absolutely. What happened, Wolfie? You don't have your wrench? Oh, it's a joke. Hold on, let me check on Wolfie. Just give me a second, Joe. She got a wrench. Okay, just checking. I get it now. All the synapses fired. Sorry, I was just, yeah. Well, look at, okay, I remember being, like 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. Remember Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? And what was his name? Mr. What was it? Hold on, let me look it up. What was the mailman's name in Mr. Freely? Yeah, Mr. McFeely. That's what it was, Mr. McFeely. Okay, so we had Mr. McFeely, right? That happened. Then Sesame Street. Y'all remember this song? Who are the people in your neighborhood? In your neighborhood, in your neighborhood. Yeah, who are the people in your neighborhood? They're the people that you meet when you're walking down the street, the people that you meet each day. And one of the people in that song is the dadgum mailman. There's many people in that song. Probably not great. All right, give me just a second, okay, you guys? I'm going to let this play for a little bit because we're still behind. And let's see, how far behind are we? Oh, we should be getting back to court soon. All right, here we go.
We totally know why they put all that stuff in and what was going on. And, Terry, you explained it well, like regarding just what was going on, the play-by-play kind of what she's saying, what he's doing and everything. So
right. Immediately after he says to her, take your shirt off, and she went, why?
And she tells him no. I mean, she says she does what her mom has told her to do. No, my mom says you're not supposed to be doing this to me.
Yeah, and then she asked him several times, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. What are you doing? Well, as adults, we can assume we know what he was doing. Yeah. And she was confused and perplexed. She had no idea what was going on. And I just, to hear her, you can hear the strangulation. And then you can hear her gasp later on as she is, I don't know, because I'm not a doctor. I don't know how she can be revived from that, and he's clearly not reviving her, as far as I know.
No, he continues to inflict more pain on her, and then gets angry because she's crying.
She won't shut up.
Yeah,
that's what he said. Shut up.
I mean, multiple times.
Do you want me to stop and come back there
and hurt you more
or worse? Yeah. Y'all, it is deliberate. It is premeditated. It is calculated. It is, there's no confusion about it. He froze and panicked. No, he did not freeze and panic. No, not at all.
No, this is evil on a level that's just painful to listen to. Well, we're going to take a break for about a half an hour. We understand that court is going to resume at 1 o'clock, and
Yes.
that video will continue to play. We will again not be able to live stream during that. Keith and I will be back at 1, and then we will see you and Terry after y'all finish watching the video. And thank you again for doing this. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Sure. Thanks.
See you, Keith.
Okay, so court is supposed to resume at 1 o'clock. It's 12:59 local time here. So, yes, Chief, stop taking away your messages, bro. I want to see what you wrote. I want to hear you guys' thoughts. Okay? Look, we've been together as a chat a long time. Hey, Callie, a long time. All right. We've been through a lot of trials. Okay. We've been through some really difficult trials together, particularly trials where a child is the victim. We've been through Gannon's trial together. We've been through Quentin Simon's trial together. We've been through Harmony Montgomery's trial together. We've been through Evelyn Boswell's trial together. I want to hear what you have to say. I don't keep the chat up after. So what you say at the ward stays at the ward. Okay. I do that intentionally because I know that we're watching something so abhorrent and we're watching it live and we're reacting live. And so, you know, I mean, if you want to retract your stuff, Chief, I'm not going to take that away from you or whatever, but I do want to see what you have to say. And you just take it away so quick, I can't get it. I don't want to hear it. I want to see it, you know? Mrs. Upper Thigh, I'm not going to highlight your comment, but everybody in the chat, I agree. I think that's what he did. I agree. And listen, not only have we been through some really horrendous trials together, right? but we were almost going to go through another horrendous trial together, and you guys were going to stick with me through it, which was the Stephen Stearns trial and what he did to Madeline Soto for years. And you guys were going to be with me for that. So, I don't remember that one. Mrs. Upper Thigh said, y'all remember when Mr. Rogers was cooling his feet off in the pool on his porch and asked the policeman to join him? No, I don't. But I will say this. I did watch that movie with it's Tom Hanks who plays Mr. Rogers, right? I do remember that movie, and like for me personally, it just felt like his heart was in the right place with children. And I think that some of those things that we were taught. Um, Sorry, I'm listening in the background to what the other reporters are saying from WFAA. Anyway, oh, the court is resuming at 1:00 because hold on. Hold on. I'm going to rewind this for you guys because the court is resuming at 1:00 for them to finish listening. So hold on a second. All right. As soon as they come back on, I'll switch. Let me skip. Give me a second.
I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined as today by Keith Harris, who is our legal expert for the day. Keith and I went to lunch. Just had to take a break, frankly, after we heard Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney, who joined her in the court as they listened to this video from that delivery truck. My mind, Keith, I can't wrap my mind around it.
I think it's really hard. It was hard to hear. It was hard to hear them describe what they were hearing, describe the effect that video had on the jurors from what they just observed, as they said, sobbing, not just crying, sobbing. And you know that this is a bad case. You know that this video is going to be bad as what they've said, and then it just described to you. I'm not even sure if you ever thought that it could get to that point, even with the description of what happened.
Yeah, I knew it was bad.
Nicole, Rebecca Park is the young lady who was pregnant, right? And it ended up being her mom and stepdad, was it that or was it both? Yeah, was it her mom and her stepdad that murdered her while she was pregnant? I know, Amber. Imagine having to listen to 30 minutes of that video, still have an appetite to eat, and come back and pray it doesn't come back up during the last 30 minutes. That's the one. Okay, I know that case. Yes, I do. I know that case. We can do do you want to do, the baby is still missing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. God, human beings, and we're capable of such great things and yet also such awful things at the same time. I can't imagine listening to that. And I will say this, I've watched trials for a very, very long time, way before I ever had a YouTube channel. Okay. I'm talking about like decades before I had a YouTube channel. I used to watch Court TV when it was only available on cable. Okay. I've always watched trials, and very few times have I ever watched a trial where then they had, because Court TV, when there was a break for lunch, they used to have a panel sort of like this, and they would have the courtroom reporter, the one that was in the courtroom, and they would be talking about what happened, and then they would have experts or whatever. And very rarely have I ever seen reporters not be speechless, not be able to really talk. Do you know what I mean?
But as they walked through it, and then, I think the thing that when they talked about how he's listening to Jingle Bell Rock, and she's back there crying, and he tells her to shut up, and threatens to hurt her more. Wow. So from what we know, from what they told us, this video was about 40, so far they had listened up till noon, they'd listened to about 41 minutes of it. There was about 30 minutes to go, and the court was going to restart at 1 o'clock, so presumably court has restarted, and the jury is continuing to listen to this video and this audio. They said that her mother, her father, and other family members left the courtroom, and after hearing them describe it, I completely understand why they would have left the courtroom. They described that the video shows him leading Athena to the truck, lifting her up and putting her in the truck, and her asking, where are you going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean,
7-year-old questions, right? I mean, that, it resonates and just sits with you, and she's asking 7-year-old questions, and his responses to her are totally inappropriate responses to a 7-year-old, and I think that that's what's so troubling, is that we just can't think about why someone would do something like this, why this would get to this point, but it's very clear what his intentions are from his responses right off the bat. I mean, this isn't a situation where, well, I hit her, I put her in, I didn't know what to do, I freaked out.
Yeah, Keith, absolutely. There's 0% chance that things happened at all anywhere in the vicinity of what Tanner Horner alleges occurred, right? Like, no chance at all, 0 chance, period. He's absolutely. I mean, and the fact is that the fact that he lied so much and tried to do really everything that he could to keep them from finding her body. And I don't know why. This is what I suspect. I suspect that the entire time he's talking to investigators, and I think that I think his plan for defending it, for his defense, likely began right after the dispatcher from Big Top Spin called him to tell him that he had a question about a package that he had delivered the day prior, which would have been November 30th. This was the day after he got called that on December 1st, excuse me. I think he'd been planning his defense then. And I think that he had been thinking about it. And I think S. Hockett, absolutely. I think one of the reasons she was put in the water, number one, is to basically wash her body of any DNA. That's what it was. And I think he put off telling them where he put her longer and longer, thinking the longer she was in the water, the better, the more chance that things would have been washed away, which was not the case. And I think that when he wrote on that whiteboard in the interrogation room, help me, he's going to hurt me. I think that was that was him laying the foundation to then bring up zero, then change into zero, right? And then ultimately tell police where he was, or where she was, where he put her. Cray Cray 420 asks how he is not charged with a sex crime. I think the reason that he's not charged with a sex crime is because, first of all, in Texas, the reason that he is being charged with capital murder in the first place is one of the criteria being met is her age. She is under 10 years old. And number two is the fact that he committed another felony that then he murdered her. So the kidnapping was the other aggravated kidnapping, which he is charged with, was the other felony. I think the reason that he is not charged with a sex crime, quite frankly, is because of what was revealed, or should I say not revealed, in the medical examiner's testimony. There was no physical injury that would make charging him with a sex crime and then bringing it to trial provable beyond a reasonable doubt. That is why I think they elected not to. And I think that once they had obtained the audio from inside of the truck, I don't think they felt they needed it to prove capital murder. I don't think they thought they needed it to prove aggravated circumstances, which they're arguing that support Tanner Horner receiving the death penalty versus life without the possibility of parole. So I think that is why. That is why. Shay, to answer your question, what the results were, the presumptive test showed semen. The only way to definitively know that it is that specific biologic material is to have it examined under a microscope. And I frankly think that the state chose not to do all of that because, quite honestly, they didn't need all of that. They have the murder is actually caught on audio, and they don't need it. The inmates will know it. Yeah, the inmates in prison know it. Let me tell you what's going to happen to Tanner, okay? So we're going to go through the rest of this trial. The jury is going to vote for the death penalty, most likely. And either way, whether he gets whether the jury decides to give him the death penalty or they decide that he needs life without the possibility of parole, what's going to happen to Tanner next in the process is the same. Once you get sentenced like that, you will then be transferred to the intake unit And while you're in the intake unit, he will be while he is awaiting transport to the prison intake unit, he will be in a turtle shell. He will be in protective custody. They will monitor him to keep him from hurting himself and others from hurting him. Then he'll go to the intake where he'll still he'll be monitored very, very closely. And no, the jury has not. The jury is back and they're watching the video. We still have probably another 20 or 30 minutes, 20, 25 minutes left. Recliner detective says, is it a state thing or why do we have to go through all of this? We didn't do this in the Chris Watts murder. Okay. So what happened with Chris Watts is very different than what happened with Tanner Horner. First of all, Chris Watts took a plea deal. That is not what happened with Tanner Horner. Tanner Horner, on the very first day of trial, pled guilty. That's different. There's no deal. He pled guilty. And I suspect that part of the reason he pled guilty on the first day of trial is to avoid this type of evidence coming out, because then it would have gone right to we would have been out of the guilt or not guilt phase, right? And then we would have gone straight to the sentencing phase. In Texas, a jury decides whether you get the death penalty or whether you get, if the state is seeking the death penalty, a jury decides if the defendant receives the death penalty. Usually they decide that after they have decided that the defendant is guilty. That didn't happen in this case. He pleaded He pleaded on the first day of trial. So that is why we're doing this. Now, the other thing is that's different with Chris Watts and what happened there, aside from the fact that it's a plea deal, is that under other circumstances in other trials, this is not the first time that a defendant has pleaded guilty with no deal right before the jury was sat. Okay, Ethan Crumbly worked out a deal. Not Ethan, was it? Yeah, Ethan Crumbly, he worked out a deal on the very first day of trial. So it was the first day of jury selection, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, the prosecutor in this case decided that Tanner wasn't going to avoid all of the gruesome, heinous evidence of what he did to Athena from coming out. So rather than just focus on the aggravating factors and only really presenting a sentencing case, what he decided to do was present all of the evidence. All of the evidence that would have been presented at the guilt or innocence phase of the trial, on top of getting all of the evidence of aggravating factors at sentencing. So they really are getting two trials in one. And I think that is why I think that the prosecution did not want Tanner to be able to, for people not to know what he did, for him to be able to keep some of these really horrific details out. I think that is why I think that's why we're having it. I think that's why we're doing it the way we're doing it, because truthfully, the level of witnesses and testimony that's presented isn't something that you would see in a sentencing phase. You would only really see this in the guilt or innocence phase of a trial. But this prosecutor, and I'm glad he did, because look at what's happened over all of these years, right? We've had some really big cases, starting with Chris Watts, right? And then the next one that I can think of just off the top of my head is Kohberger. Kohberger took a plea deal. right at the very, end. Um, Stephen Stearns, same thing, plea deal. And a lot of times what happens in those cases then is then there's speculation about what happened. And this closes that door completely. There's not going to be any speculation. And also, I think that um, if Tanner Horner receives the death penalty, he will be able he will be able to automatically appeal his sentencing. Okay? And those types of appeals, even though Texas historically is much faster moving through the appeals process, there are certain cases like Darlie Routier. Okay, Darlie Routier was sentenced to death in the crime happened in 96, I think. And her trial was relatively quickly after that. So almost 30 years now, she's been waiting on death row, and she's been appealing it and appealing it and appealing it and appealing it. Well, Darlie Routier is appealing based on an actual innocence claim. Okay. He can't do that here because he's pled guilty. So he won't be able to directly appeal the conviction, but he will be able to appeal the sentencing. And really the core issue that he's going to use in his appealing the death penalty is his diagnosis of being on the spectrum. Okay. And there isn't a precedent case on this. Okay. So this will be interesting going forward, legally speaking. But I suspect that legally moving forward, I think his is going to be one of the cases that takes an extraordinary long amount of time to go through the appeals process, because the U.S. Supreme Court, hold on, let me tell you exactly. Oh, hold on a second. The U.S. Supreme Court has made a ruling. Hold on, I'm typing it out and I'm not doing a good job, apparently. It's like it's my first day typing ever. All right, because the U.S. Supreme Court has made a ruling on that. Okay. In 2002 landmark case Atkins versus Virginia, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that executing individuals with intellectual disabilities is unconstitutional. The court held that this practice violates the Eighth Amendment's prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment, as it constitutes, quote, an evolving standard of decency. All right. Definition. The ruling prohibits the execution of defendants with significant sub-average general intellectual functioning, characterized by limitations and adaptive skills such as communication, self-care, or social skills that manifest before 18. No rigid IQ cutoffs. In Hall versus Florida 2014, the court ruled that states cannot use a rigid IQ score cutoff, in other words, 70, to determine intellectual disability. The court stated that an intellectual disability is a clinical condition, not just a number, and that IQ tests must account for a margin of error. Consensus requirement. The ruling was based on the finding that a national consensus has developed against executing people with intellectual disabilities. Implementation. While Atkins established the ban, it allowed states to develop their own procedures for determining intellectual disability, which has led to continued litigation over how to properly identify these individuals in capital cases. So I'm not saying Amber says, I don't think autism will be that big of an issue. Autism is a spectrum. He was able to carry a job, make a baby, front man a band, and try to cover his tracks. He may have autism, but he was a functioning person in society. My point is not whether or not his appeal will have merit because he has been diagnosed autistic. My point is that the appeals will continue because of that. He will appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal until he can no longer appeal. And those appeals take a very, very long time, particularly this type of appeal. That is my point. I don't know whether it will not have, I can't speak as to whether it will have merit or not. But if you are appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, which should he exhaust all of his appeals at the state level, then he will be able to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm curious how the U.S. Supreme Court will handle that. Because if the definition is communication, self-care, or social skills, and he can demonstrate, and they are arguing back and forth whether or not he has social, I just am curious about the outcome of this. I don't know how it will go, but the bottom line is, regardless, he's going to have those appeals, and they're going to go for a very, very long time. He has significantly less appeals available to him because he pled guilty, but he still has many appeals, decades of appeals left to him. That's my point. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what the outcome will be. Like Darlie Routier has so many appeals because Darlie Routier is appealing her. She's making an actual innocence claim and saying that there is DNA evidence that proves that she is not the perpetrator of the crime. So Music City Mom asks, she was partying at the cemetery, right? Yeah, she was. But there's a little catch to that too. So yes, and I remember this video being shown. There was, the law enforcement put a hidden camera at the grave sites of the boys. Okay. And a portion of that video was released to the media. And what that showed was, we've all seen it. It's her, chewing gum, silly string, all the whole nine, right? Well, and I've never seen this before, so I don't know. But allegedly there is a video, there's footage before that of a very somber, serious footage, very serious ceremony, grieving and all of that. And so I go back and forth about her case, and I feel like there are days when I feel like she did it, and there are days that I feel like she didn't do it. And I just, yeah. Now, I go back and forth. It's interesting that I keep you know why I brought Darlie Routier up? Because I frequently scroll the tubes, right? I am not just I don't just have a channel that I put content on. I actually watch YouTube like a lot. I'm a consumer of the tubes. And I would say in the past year, so say March, April of 2025 to right around now of 2026, same time period, I have seen on YouTube probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 videos claiming that Darlie Routier has been executed. And every time I see that video, I have to go to the Googles and look to see if it's true, which is disturbing. And obviously it's not. She's going, that's why I bring her up, because it's at like the forefront of my mind, because I just saw one, I don't know, like 3 or 4 days ago when I was on that, when I saw that, and I had to Google it again. And yeah. So, oh, and another person, hold on a minute, Pamela Smart is appealing, hold on a second. Something new just happened with her. Let me see something. It just happened recently. All right. As of April 2026, New Hampshire officials have moved to dismiss a new habeas corpus petition filed by Pamela Smart, who is serving life without the parole for the 1990 murder of her husband, Greg Smart. After over 34 years in prison, Smart, now 58, admitted responsibility and expressed remorse for the first time in 2024, yet all previous commutation requests have been rejected. New legal challenge, January of 2026. Lawyers filed a new petition to throw out her 1991 conviction, arguing that the audio recordings used in court were largely inaudible and that the trial was flawed, a claim that the New Hampshire Department of Justice disputes, stating the conviction was lawful. In March of 2026, New Hampshire officials formally requested a judge dismiss this new habeas corpus petition. Commutation. Is that how you say that? That doesn't look right. Commutation. Yeah, commutation. They want to commute rejections. In May of 2025, she once again sought a sentence reduction, but the New Hampshire Executive Council and Governor have consistently denied or refused these hearings. Smart argued in 2024 that she has been rehabilitated and has served longer than the teenage accomplices who actually committed the murder, all of whom have been released. And that is true. Yes, Music City Mom. That is AI voices. Yes. And let me see. She did just recently get an execution date, I believe. That's not true. All right. As of April 2026, Darlie Routier does not have an execution date scheduled, though sentenced to death on February 4th, 1997 for the 1996 murder of her son. She was only charged with one and tried for one. She remains on death row in Texas while pursuing ongoing appeals and new DNA testing. She has spent decades challenging her conviction, making a near-term execution unlikely. So yeah. She is currently on death row with no execution date. Nothing, you haven't missed anything, Kelly, unless you didn't listen to the reporters from WFAA who were in the room during they were in the courtroom when the audio was played, and they discussed what was on that audio from inside the van. That's what you've missed so far. They went to lunch. Court resumed at 1 o'clock, roughly, probably. They said they would be back at 1, which, you know how that goes. But anyway, they still had about 40 or so minutes left of testimony, or of the audio from inside the FedEx truck left to go after lunch. The jury and anybody who was in the gallery of the courtroom heard the audio. It was not and will not be broadcast to the media. So it was we won't hear it. And I will say this, when I was watching, because I always do, I watch let me switch really quick for you guys. They're playing a video right now. It's of Tanner in the truck. So we'll see. All right, give me just 1 second. Let me write this one down. Let me make this big. Make sure that the closed captions are on. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Let me put it on the stream. There you go. Let me fix me. I need to be over here. All right, here we go. For context, you guys, I think that what we're watching is him cleaning the van after he has, after the murder. And why I say that is because, yes, it says 12:01 because of the timestamp, because it's ahead like 6 hours. So this is what we're actually watching is really took place on November 30th, not December 1st.
Okay. Sorry, I accidentally turned on the freaking, what's it called?
Did you eat that hamburger today?
Yeah.
Wow, they came up fast.
No, I ate it for lunch today.
Okay. Well, are you on your way home?
I'm on my way back to the station.
Okay. Well, I need for you to stop at, I have some free toilet paper.
Day 3 for the day.
Okay, last thing I heard was toilet paper. What?
Albertsons. They don't pay me.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
I'm sure that the objection is probably about that phone call. Disgusting.
Hey, I'm just giving you a heads up. I would give me the same truck tomorrow because it kind of smells like barf in here. I guess I just ate.
All right, so what we're hearing is where he calls into his work wanting the same truck tomorrow because he says he threw up. Honestly, we don't know, Amber, or ATS News. We don't know whose it was.
I'm just giving you a heads up. I would give me the same truck tomorrow because it kind of smells like barf in here. I guess I just ate something bad earlier. But I kind of threw up in the back of the truck, which I'm still good to work tomorrow, don't worry. But I did eat something that didn't agree with me, and it kind of stinks now.
Okay. Did you wash it out?
I just stopped at Love's and I used some paper towels and some sanitizer spray.
Well, see what you can do quickly to clean it up. All that takes no.
Oh no, I mean, I already cleaned it up. I just got done cleaning it up.
Alright, we'll bring something tomorrow to kind of spray it down, but yeah, we'll stick you back in that truck.
Yeah, it smells bad. I got rid of the throw up. I couldn't get rid of the smell.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I hope you're feeling better.
Oh, no, after I threw up, I felt a lot better. I was feeling a little bit nauseous all day. But
Well,
clearly I got rid of whatever it was.
I appreciate you knocking out the route.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can deal with being nauseous.
Alright, man. Well, you'll get a good night's sleep, and we got a big day tomorrow, so.
I know, like, have you figured out what it's looking like?
I don't. I'm getting ready to call Case and see. I'm gonna let him know. I can let you know as well. I'll text you back.
Alright.
Alright, man. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Alright, you too.
Alright, thanks, Tanner.
Hey, just to let you know, I wasn't able to tell you earlier because I was trying to go to get some cleaning supplies out of Love's, but I kind of threw up in the back of the truck. I threw up in the back of the truck. So there's this one single gas station that's out where I work, right? And they have this little cafe on the inside. I ate a hamburger for lunch. You know, there's a little bit deep in the middle, which, you know, normally that's not that big of a deal. I eat burgers like that in restaurants all the time. But I've been feeling nauseous for the last few hours. And I finally just
You're not better not to be sick or have food poisoning.
Oh no, I actually feel a lot better.
And how far away are you? This is your children at the end of the garden.
About 15 minutes. When you called me, I was literally in Love's, like, trying to get cleaning supplies. First, they were going to try to make me buy cleaning supplies. I was just like, no, I know you guys got the paper towels and some sanitizer that I can use. I'm like, oh, well, I'm really not supposed to. Well, I could just sweep it off on this concrete. She's like, all right. So.
How far away are you?
About 15 minutes. Alright, love you.
I'll be back.
Also, remember Tanner Horner said that his phone died, right? Obviously, we know that was an absolute lie because he just called somebody from it. He turned his cell phone off. He lied again. It's another lie. It did look like he took the roll of paper towels from next to the pumps, yes. And, Amber said sentences are hard sometimes. Girl, I've been trying to make sentences for the last, what, 2 hours while the jury watched this video. You saw my struggle, so I know sentences are very hard.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May Ranger Espinosa be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Staten?
State rest, Your Honor.
Okay. The state is rested, and I've told you what your schedule will be next week. Okay, so we will see y'all on Wednesday. Same routine you've been doing. That's a lot of days to be exposed to the media, so stay away. Okay, we're halfway through. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Deputy King will have things for you when you get back into the jury room. All right? All rise.
All right, you guys. So that's it. We won't be, the state has rested. Yes, nothing until Wednesday. I think for me, I have the Nuggie tomorrow, and because she has been so amazing throughout this whole trial thus far, these 8 days, I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off, and I think I'm gonna just spend it with her. So, and I don't know what's going on with Nightbot, you guys. I'll look at it while I'll look at it after when I let you guys go. But yeah. So nothing until Wednesday. You were right, Amber. They're absolutely going to let it marinate. Did you, Daria? Let me look and see. Hold on a minute. Hang on just a second. All right, let me look at the email that Daria sent me. What did you send to me? I got it, babe. I'm looking right now. I'm not sure why it took me here. You guys, hold on a second. Let me look at this really quick. Hold on. Here we go. All right, you guys. So this is from the Country Life of Chicken Lady. She's literally just now. It says 5 hours ago. It's been edited though. All right. This is what it says from the Chicken Lady. I'm sure y'all noticed the cute videos and pictures of our sweet baby Esther have stopped. Sunday, we noticed a lump on her neck. By Monday, it was very large and she was having trouble breathing. We took her in and they drained what we assumed was an abscess and started antibiotics and steroids. It filled back up and we went back in to have it drained again. At this point, the vet was concerned and unsure if it was just an abscess. It is now filled back up and we are taking her to the state animal hospital tomorrow where she will likely have surgery if it's what they expect, esophagus damage from birth. This will be very expensive on top of the expensive we've already dished out. I need y'all to know this is very hard for me to ask because I pride myself in not asking for anything from any of y'all. But if you want to and are able to, I would be so greatly appreciative. And she's put her Cash App. Give me just a second to grab it off of my computer. The Cash App, and I will put it in the let me get her channel, and I'll get it for you guys. she's always here. Let me get this post really quick. She is a dear friend to the channel, and let's support her. All right, here we go. Oh, cripes. Really? Come on. All right. Here is the Chicken Lady's Cash App. If you guys want to help her. Oh. Poor Esther. All right, here we go. All right, there is the Chicken Lady's Cash Apps. The way that she shared it, it's not a link. So so I can't like link you, but it is it is in the chat. And what I'm going to do is after I get off of here, I'll share the link. I'll share her post on my YouTube on my community wall, and I'll also email her and see if she has any other pay links to if you don't have Cash App. But Daria, thank you so much for emailing me, babe, because if you hadn't emailed me, I know I would have seen it eventually, but it would have been it would have been way far from now. So thank you, babe. I'll email the Chicken Lady and see if she has any pay links. If she has any other alternative pay links, what I'll do is I will share them with that post on the community tab. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you Monday. I'm not sure what we're going to do Monday. But we'll do something. Okay. Cause we aren't going to be able to get back to the trial, until Wednesday. And on Wednesday is when the defense, will present any evidence. So thank you again so much for letting us know, Daria. Help if you are able to. All right. You guys have a great rest of your Thursday, and I'll see you guys around the streets, but definitely live Monday. All right. All right, Hannah, I'll look into it for you, babe. I'll find out, you guys. All right. You guys, yes, let's unicorn it up for unicorns and mermaids in the chat for Athena before we say goodbye, you guys. You have been so fantastic. Thank you all so much for being here, and pink hearts, all of it. Justice is on the way, Athena. Justice is on the way, babe. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and I'll talk to y'all later, and I'll definitely get on to let you guys know about Chicken Lady, okay? All right, y'all take care. Bye.